It is.
We have 1 minute, according to my phone. Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order of the Atascosa County Commissioners Court. It's a regular meeting taking place in County Courtroom, Suite 203, September 26, 2022. Time is 9 a.m. So if you would please stand with me for a prayer and pledge of allegiance. Please bow your heads. Father, we just once again ask your blessing on this Commissioners Court to make wise decisions and correct decisions for the citizens, to give us wisdom so that we would know the right thing to do. And we ask you to bless this county. Please, Lord, bring more rain. We appreciate what we got, but we need more, so keep it coming, Lord, please, in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Please flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Our next item is public comments. Do we have any signed up?
Yes, sir.
Is there anybody here that wanted to speak during public comments, didn't turn their form in? Being none, we'll move on to agenda item 4, Margaret Littleton. Morning, Ms. Littleton. Discuss and/or take appropriate action concerning accepting and entering the orders setting compensation of court reporter. An open public meeting was held on August 29, 2022, after which the orders were signed by the 81st and 218th Judicial District Judges. See attached orders for 81st District Courts and for the 81st District Court reporter and 218th District Court's reporter. Ms. Littleton.
This is done every year. It determines their salaries, and it needs to come through Commissioner's Court in order to be approved and go into effect.
Move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie, second by Commissioner Riley. So the salary of the, to read in the record of the 81st here it is. It's the same 218th and I just want to be accurate, 218th District Court and 81st District Court is $111,507.45 per year for each one of them. We have a motion and a second for approval. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Next, we have Ms. Littleton. Discuss and take appropriate action concerning enter the order setting annual compensation of county auditor and assistants. An open public meeting was held on August 29th, 2022, after which the order was signed by the 81st and 218th Judicial District Judges. See attached orders. Ms. Littleton.
Again, this is something that was discussed. No one showed up, by the way, in an open meeting. The district judges determine the salaries of the auditor and her staff, and we need this approved, please.
Move for approval.
A motion by Commissioner Perez for approval.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Riley. Okay, read the items in the record. The county auditor pay is set at $89,994.62. First assistant auditor, $53,712 and 53 cents. Second auditor, assistant auditor, $46,538.87. Fourth assistant auditor, third, $41,444.64. Fourth is $41,341.91. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Littleton. Dale Rankin cannot be here this morning. I think he's the one with truck problems. I think I got him mixed up with Craig. So we'll do his proclamation for National 4-H Week. I don't believe there's anybody here representing that, is there? So I'm going to read the header and the closing. National 4-H Week Proclamation celebrating opportunity for all. Whereas the Atascosa County Commissioners Court is proud to honor the 4-H Youth Development Program of the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service for 115 years of providing experience-based education to youngsters throughout the Lone Star State. The rest of it talks about what it does statewide and nationally. And the closing is resolved, the Atascosa County Commissioners Court hereby designated October 2 through 8, 2022 as National 4-H Week in Texas and commend the 4-H, actually that's going to say in Atascosa County, and commend the 4-H Youth Development Program of the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service and the many men who have made the program a success. We'll make that correction and then we'll get it signed into Dale.
Move for approval with the exception of Atascosa rather than Texas.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie, second by Commissioner Knowlton. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Next is a Good Neighbor Week proclamation, but we have four very important people here from the Methodist. It's no longer Methodist South, it's Methodist Atascosa. Thank you, I got it right. And from Methodist Atascosa Hospital, would you like to, somebody introduce yourself and the others? Mr. Seiler?
Yeah, I'm Greg Seiler. I'm the CEO for the hospital. We have Joe Atascosa, our Chief Financial Officer, Celeste Rizzi, our Chief Nursing Officer, and Lauren McCormick, our Communications Director.
Okay, I'm going to read this, and then if you'd like, we can, you can come up here and we can get a picture, and I'll sign it and give you your copy. Whereas in 1978, President Jimmy Carter officially named September 28th to be National Good Neighbor Day, whereas it was believed that human values and consideration for others were essential to the system of civilization, it was decided that being good neighbors to those around us was the first step toward human understanding. Whereas National Good Neighbor Day, September 28th, is a special time to care for our neighbors and form or maintain friendships. Whereas Methodist Hospital Atascosa is celebrating Good Neighbor Week starting on September 26th by encouraging the community of Atascosa County to be good neighbors now and always. Whereas Methodist Hospital Atascosa recognizes that the community has been through a tremendous number of trials and tribulation in the past few years, so they are asking the community to be kind, pay it forward, do something kind for your neighbor or someone in your life. You never know what a big difference a small act of kindness can bring to someone's life. Now therefore I, Robert Hurley, Atascosa County Judge, do proclaim September 26th through October 3rd as Good Neighbor Week. Motion by Commissioner Riley. Second by Commissioner Knowlton. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Would you like to stand behind us if you're not ashamed, if you don't mind being in a picture with us? We may hurt your reputation. Yes, yes, if you have remarks, yes, please do. Would you please do the podium and speak to the microphone since we're streaming this?
Yeah, just to say, as you read the proclamation, Judge, thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners and the court for allowing us to be here and reading the proclamation and approving it. And it just felt like, as we said, we've been through a lot the last few years, and felt like it's a good time to just take a pause and take a minute and remember what's important. And being good neighbors is certainly one of those things. In honor of Good Neighbor Week, one of the things we're doing at the hospital is feeding the first responders lunch on Wednesday, the Good Neighbor Day. So that's our show of act of kindness of what we're doing for the day. So again, appreciate you and appreciate your support. Thank you.
We appreciate Methodist Hospital, because it's not only does it do many good things for people's health, it's a great economic generator for Atascosa County. Many jobs.
Yes.
Many jobs, much money spent by Methodist system in Atascosa County.
Yes.
We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
If you'd like to come up here, you're not going to get in the picture?
And I also believe you're doing breakfast. Yes. And it starts at what time, Lauren? It's in this post as well, the specific time, so breakfast and lunch for all first responders.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Number 8, Andrea Rathbone. Do you have any remarks you'd like to make? Please.
My name is Andrea Rathmel. I'm with Safer Path Family Violence Shelter. I just want to thank the court and Atascosa County for recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We've got too many things to list, but we have a lot of activities going on in October. We have National Wear Purple Day to raise awareness. We have a vigil coming up on October the 19th. We'll be at National Night Out, so we'll be very busy in October. But follow us on Facebook or Instagram. We have a lot of public educational stuff going up on there. I have a Cheyenne Northcutt who's our digital educator. Fancy word for she just does a little bit of everything, but mostly she puts a lot of really great information on our website and on social media. So if you have any questions about the things that we have coming up, feel free to go check us out. So that's it.
Read the proclamation, and then we'll do the same as we did before. If that's okay with you, we'll get you guys in a picture. Proclamation by the County Judge of Atascosa County, Texas. Whereas 1 in every 4 women will experience domestic violence during her lifetime, and whereas fleeing domestic violence has caused women and children to be the fastest growing homeless population, and whereas a powerful partnership exists between the Atascosa County Sheriff's Office and Safer Path Family Violence Center, whereas we are committed to increasing public awareness of domestic violence and sending a clear message to abusers that domestic violence is not tolerated in Atascosa County. Whereas the impact of domestic violence is wide-ranging, directly affecting individuals and society as a whole here in this community, throughout the United States and the world. And whereas domestic violence impacts millions of people each year but can be prevented, preventing domestic violence requires the collective voice and power of individuals, families, institutions, and systems add a valuable and powerful component to transforming our communities. Therefore, I, Robert Hurley, Atascosa County Judge, do hereby proclaim October 2022 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Atascosa County in recognition of the important work done by domestic violence programs and victim service providers, and urge all citizens to actively participate in scheduled activities and programs sponsored by the Safer Path Family Violence Center and other community organizations that work toward the elimination of personal and institutional violence against women. Approve this 26th day of September 2022.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Moulton. Discussion, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Would you not mind having your picture taken with us?
How are you? Good?
I thought that was me. Come on, Kate, I don't want you to have to direct me.
3,
to agenda item number 9. Ronald Rocha, discuss and take appropriate action concerning annual delinquent tax collections and justice for the police reports. Mr. Rocha.
Good morning, Judge, County Commissioners. I'm going to start with the tax report, starting on Chapter 2, which is page 5 of my documents. So the process in October, taxing authorities mail out the property taxes. So this coming October, you'll get the tax bill. February 1st of next year, they become delinquent, start collecting penalty and interest. In May of next year, if they're still delinquent, we'll send out what is called a 3307 notice resolution, informing the taxpayer that if you do not pay by July 1st, it'll be turned over to us for collections with the statutory fee for collections. So for example, on page 5, you see May 2022, 3307 resolution. On that date, and again, this is this year for the 2022 taxes, there are 7,982 accounts totaling $4 million that as yet had paid. We mailed on those, or the taxing authorities mailed on those, indicating that they will be turned over to us in July. So if you look on July 2022 on the tax lien notices, how it dropped about 3,000 paid. We mailed at that point, it got turned over to us for collections, 4,945 accounts at $2.1 million. And to that point on, we've been collecting and sending letters on those accounts. Next page is the target mailing. These are the mailings we've done with those accounts that are in litigation. They're breaking down by number of letters per month and the dollar amount of those lawsuits being filed, active lawsuits that are filed. Chapter 3, page 7 is a taxpayer assistance. So I have it broken down as your outbound collection calls. So these are our collectors and the phone calls made every month and the dollar amount of those accounts for those individuals. Next page are our inbound collection calls and walk-ins at the tax office. At our office. So you notice we have the number of accounts of people who contacted us and the dollar amount for those individuals. Again, every time they contact us, a couple of things we have them do is either one, get on a payment contract, and that you'll see that on the next page. On B, the payment arrangements made at the tax office. We also, if they cannot make the first initial down payment at the tax office, we will at least have them pay something. If they pay something, we put a 30-day hold, allow them to go back within 30 days to the tax office and get on a formal contract. Under the tax code, a taxpayer can get no longer than a 3-year payment arrangement, 36 months. That's by statute. They can go any further. If they do go on a payment contract, let's say for the delinquent years, at that point on, they're going to have to stay current every year after that. So if let's say they did a 2-year contract and they started it this year for 22 tax year, October of this year, your currents go out. Before February 1st of next year, you have to pay those to stay current in your payment contract. If you do not, your contract defaults. If there's a tax lawsuit, a payment contract prevents the property from going to foreclosure before judgment or after judgment. Either way, as long as you have a payment arrangement with the tax office and you have an active lawsuit, it prevents any type of foreclosures from occurring. Next is my research. So if you look at the address and ownership research, all the information that the tax office received and that we receive from the tax office are received from the appraisal district. Now, it's a responsibility of the taxpayer to, if they move or go somewhere, close down, to change the address. That's their responsibility to go to the appraisal district. If individuals don't do that, we get that information, we mail out on those taxpayers, it comes back bad address. You notice all the different address research we've done. Just this past August, we did 53 new updates on both address and phone numbers. So once we get that new address, we mail again. However, even though we have the correct address, by statute, we cannot update the tax office address, we cannot update the appraisal district address. That's by law the responsibility of the property owner to update that. When they do contact us though, we do inform them, the reason you didn't get your tax bill is because you have not gone in to update your appraisal, your address. Contact the appraisal district to update that or go in person. Next is title research. So we send out all the letters. We try to get them on payment arrangements or pay in full. They have not made a payment arrangement. So for real property, to file a tax lawsuit, we need to get title. We have our abstractor come down to the county clerk's records, pull title. All parties who have an interest in real estate current owners, title owners, lien holders, IRS liens, AG liens, any liens that are on that property, pull that information. We include those in our tax lawsuits. They're going to be the title owners or a possible lien holder or person with an interest in the property. So for the year, August through August, we requested 159, and we received back 229. The reason we get back more is sometimes there's some that needs additional research. We've had some in the city of Pleasant in the older side where you get the appraisal bill coming out, and same thing in, oh, my mind's back on this. Not Charlotte. Not, the lots, they increased a lot this year. Judge, we're talking about those. Christine. There you go. Some of the names on the appraisal district are, and you go pull the title, their names aren't there. These are from like original owners. So our abstractor has to go to the tax books that are at the tax office, pull those old books, go back where you see who the owners were paying at the time, and maybe by luck, you'll find a name, then you can come back over here to the county clerk directors and find some of those titles that haven't been updated, but that differ from what the appraisal district has. So sometimes they take a little longer than expected.
We did talk about it. I think you're going to see more lots showing up from Christine now that they've raised the valuation from $500 to $8,000 in 1 year.
Correct.
I had 4 lots that did that, and I just disposed of them. I got rid of them.
Yeah, when we had those for
In the
sale.
manner that I told you about.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Legally.
Next section is litigation. So these are the number of lawsuits we filed for the year, 96 lawsuits totaling over $390,000. Tax warrants filed. These 5 warrants, these were for royalty accounts. These were mineral accounts within Atascosa County. All 5 of them, we have 2021 and 2022. I always wait a year because of production. Usually they come and pay. When I get return mail, because the operator for these, who have the working interest, send the division order to the appraisal district. This is the address they have. And that division order has the interest, royalty interest, and the owners for that well site. Appraisal district puts that information in, goes to the tax office. If it comes back to bad address or sometimes unknown address, the next step is for me to file a tax warrant. The warrant, basically what that does is I seize the monies from the operator. Instead of a lot of times either the operator is one holding it in trust because they cannot find the owner, or instead of sending it to the royalty owner, that money goes directly to the tax office and pays the royalty account. So under a tax warrant, I only have a certain amount of years I can do it. So for instance, the next 2022 and 2021, once those years are paid, I got non-suit my warrant and wait again and may have to file a next warrant the following year. So those are all royalty interest tax warrants. Below that, trial judgment and dismissals for the year. We had 83 judgments. What that means is we filed suit. All the parties were served either by the sheriffs or citation by posting. We take it to trial, take a judgment, present our evidence. Once a judgment is entered, the district clerk sends out notice. We send out notice that there's a judgment been entered on your property to all those parties in the lawsuit. We try to get them on a payment arrangement. As long as on the payment arrangement, for real property, we will foreclose. If they don't get on a payment arrangement, we still send out what's called a 10-day notice, and we send out letters beforehand, notice of intent to foreclose. We try to get them down to the tax office to get a payment arrangement. Sometimes they don't. At that point, we have to set it for sale. And then we go ahead and set the properties for sale at that point. And let's see. Okay, well, page 14 is the business personal property. I had 78 accounts. Now, it says 7,000, but some of these were back in August, and some of these are already paid. So this is what the numbers I get from what's left in the payment amount. But we had 78 for the last year. Notice of intent to seize. So businesses that have not paid their taxes, I do one or two things. First, send out the letter, notice of intent to seize. If it's not get returned, then I go inspect it and kind of talk to the owners to go in and pay, make a payment arrangement. I have not done any warrants for any of the businesses. It was just basically walk, talk, and get them in the tax office to pay. So out of those 78, there's less than 7,000 due for that year, for this year. Then we have the motions for Litems. And what that is through the litigation process, individuals deceased, unknown, cannot be located, the court appoints an attorney to represent the unknown parties, so when we do go to trial, they have representation. Under the tax code, there's a couple things. The ad litem has to file a statement of their due diligence, that exactly what they've done in every file for a tax lawsuit. The judge will not sign the judgment without that statement of due diligence. And so they list out exactly what they did, who they contacted, if any. A lot of times we do find errors. We include them in the lawsuit. They'll come back. We'll put them what's called in rem. They're not personally liable, but we want to inform them of the property. They'll disclaim interest. But when it comes to selling the property, it helps us get at least cleaner title, even though we're given no clear title as far as a quitclaim deed. But at least no one can come back and say, well, I didn't know about the property. Here's the will. Here's everything else. Why didn't you inform me? Well, we did inform you, and here's the information. Tax sales for the year. We had 6 tax sales for the year, total of 63 properties set, 35 were sold, 13 were struck off, and 15 were either canceled or paid. We had 1 property for tax resale. Again, what that resales are those properties that do not sell at the regular auction. They get struck off to the taxing authorities to be held in trust. If it's a public resale, I come to the taxing authorities for a lesser bid amount and get it sold that way. And next, I would like to thank, and you notice the next page, we're going live in November on tax sales. It'll be online. I'd like to thank Loretta Holly. I'd like to thank Sheriff Soward on this, helping us out on this. Margaret Littleton helping out on this. Deputy Craig Johnson for helping me on this. And then also Justin, our IT. Last week, if you notice, we had in-person webinar. It was last on the 20th at 2 o'clock. We had it here. Justin had set up the TV and everything. We had some bidders online and here in person. It was a training process of how to go online. It's been posted in the newspaper also. And so in November, we'll go live on online bidding. There's also a webinar on October 11th. And at the same time, we mailed out the last 2 sales. Prior to that, all the regular bidders have received information in a packet of what's occurring, so everyone's up to date. And then, let's see, bankruptcy filings is on page 18. Over the year, we had 19 cases, 75 accounts, totaling $1.1 million. All those claims, we filed our claims in bankruptcy court, and we're the top of the priority to get paid. And as of August of 2022, there are 34 accounts that are pending now at $111,000 left. So all those other ones have got cleared out. Then we have our collection results for the year. So last year, 2021, we're at 4.2 million. August, as of right now, for 2022, we're at 3.2, and we're moving that dollar up every year. If we look at the past 5 years. And then this gives you a better indication of where we are on page 21. So for example, if you go tax year 2021, collection percentage at turnover, so that 95.1. So on end of June of this year, 95.1% of the taxpayers pay their taxes before coming over to us. So that is what we're collecting at this point on. So 2020, last year was 94.8 paid on time. And if you look for the 1 year, we moved it up to 97.5% as of June 30th. And it goes on from there. The exact collect for the delinquent accounts, each percentage for a year. And that concludes the tax portion. Any questions on the tax collection portion?
Any questions? No, sir.
Now comes the justice of the peace. So again, difference, and again, nothing comes out of the county coffers. Reading of this is all statutory collection fees that are attached by the state of Texas. Same thing with the justice of the court fees. When an account, which is a ticket, becomes delinquent after 61 days, it can and may be turned over to us for collections. There's warranted and non-warranted cases. You have the capias and the alias. Alias is the fail to appear. Capias is they appear. They say, I'm going to do adjudication. I'm going to take a driver's ed. When they do not do that, a warrant is issued, and And our job now is to mail out that information that you either have a warrant or you haven't paid your ticket, to get them back into the courthouse before a judge, okay? The only other option for them to get them off the streets is get them arrested. So, on page 1 of the report, what I did August, and then I did from the beginning, 2016 to 2022. So, I'm going to start with August to give you an example. So, we're only working with 3 justice courts right now. Out of the 3, we received 39 new tickets totaling $12,000. For the month, 38 were collected for $7,800. 17 were canceled at $5,650, and 55 were resolved at $13,477. So from January through August, it gives you an idea how many accounts were assigned. We have been assigned over 29,000, totaling $9.5 million. There have been 996 adjustments at $44,000. Adjustments mean that the courts either returned it, they asked them for back, instead of going back to collection, they asked them to bring it back to us for whatever reason they may be. Collected over 4,000 at $1.2 million. Canceled 1,600 at $518,000. Citation resolved over 5,906 at $1.8 million. Let me skip down. For the month of August, our mailing was 151 letters. Address and phone updates, 68. Inbound calls have been 7. Outbound collection calls for the month, 635. Now, a majority of these, and we'll go to page, let me go to the next page, outstanding accounts, gives you a better idea where all the accounts stand. So active accounts are 23,000. Contact only for attorneys are 10. Bankruptcy are 11 accounts. Hardships 3. Deceased accounts, or persons who are deceased, are 88. Incarcerated are 141. We got promised payments of 212. Those who refuse to pay are 7. And skip tracing are 14. So we have valid accounts. We're mailing all of them. We're, again, trying to get them into the court before each of the judges.
I got a question.
Yes.
You forgive my ignorance.
No.
You mentioned you're only doing this for 3 courts. Could you explain?
Yes. Judge Bradley didn't not want to do that at the time, so we reached out to Mr. Wayne, and we just reached out to him. He just got in there. We're waiting for him to get himself situated, but we reached out to him already to start. We haven't yet, but we made the contact already. But I know he's just starting. We want him to get himself up to date with the regular day-to-day process before we would even go in there. But we did contact him already.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. On page 3, just a quick example. So let's say August 2022, and this is how you read this, so you later on you want to go through it. So August of 2022, we made 151 letters, updated 68 addresses and phone numbers, and then the inbound calls, outbound calls, and dollar amount. So you notice the address, phone numbers, all the way through at least the last 3 years, has been 6,879 update addresses and phone numbers. A lot of times, people may not, just because of their driver's license doesn't mean that information is correct. Or they don't have an ID and they give someone else's information or give a wrong address or a wrong name. So it's information like that. We update and send out the notices. On page 4, gives you a better idea of how old some of these. Again, the older the ticket, the harder it is to collect. The fresher, the easier it is to mail on. So we have on page 4 that Atascosa County, the portfolio for outstanding placements. We have listed all the accounts, the dollar amount, and the average balance is about $326. So if you notice, we have return mail, 803 accounts, 258,000. We have good addresses of over 22,000 accounts. Then we go by offense age. So 1 to 2 years, we're about 1,402. 2 to 3 years, 1,900. And those are 3 years or more, we have over 19,000 that are more than 3 years old. And then our placement age, we have what is received to us. So in the last year, we received over 1,083 tickets. Last 2 years, 2,400. And then you look at 3 years ago, we were about 16,000. And some of these are between, if you look at the next page, the oldest one, some go back to year 2000 that we start collecting. Again, we didn't start doing this until 2016. I'm gonna go up to, and then also listed each, if you go to page 7, lists all precincts together combined by each month and year. And then after that, what I did is I broke it down to each justice of the peace. And this was sent last week to each JP, this packet, but then we did a separate one for their court individually, so it'd be easier to see. So, for instance, precinct 1, so for August, they sent me 14 tickets, 4,290 net placement, and so July, 49 new tickets. So you can see total information sent. Anything with an NT is information that was not sent to us for that month. But that kind of concludes, not if you want to go line by line, but that gives you an idea, if you go through it, what year, what was received, and breaking down by each precinct. Oh, and the final pages, overall resolved has been over 1.8 million in tickets. I have that in the graph on page 13. And then page 11, and again, this is only for 3 of the JPs, actual collections and dollars resolved was 1.8 million. That's over 5,684 accounts. And that's, again, just for the 3 JPs. Any questions?
Questions?
If he wasn't doing it, who was doing it?
No one was doing it. So like, I just, no one was doing it. No one's doing it. Yeah.
Sorry?
No one's doing the collections, even when the former JP was there.
JP2?
Yes.
What's his indication to you?
Well, we just reached out to him, let him know what we do contract-wise, and he was gonna get back to us, but he was, again, he's getting his feet wet on, there's more important things right now on him getting situated on the dockets and going to classes and so forth. So we're gonna wait till maybe January 1st. By then, he might be up to date on everything, on what exactly is out there in his system. I'm not sure if he knows exactly how much are unknown addresses, known addresses, but all those old stuff, nothing gets sent out to anybody. It's just the current stuff you can do mailings on.
Again, an ignorant question. We get reports from all of the various departments. Can't we ask for a report from precinct 2? I'm just asking.
Oh,
I think that question was for you.
We get reports from all the various departments. Can we not ask for a report from precinct 2?
Oh, the JPs, the
I'm
JP
sorry,
collections. There was one done before, yes. There was one done that had the list of everything delinquent that was provided to us by all the JPs at one time. I don't know what software, or I don't know how that was done, but I know it was done at one point.
Just based upon the amount of outstanding cash from the other precincts, it seems to me it'd be worth it to get an idea of where we stand.
Well, this is a lot, and I don't know a whole lot about it, and I know we can trust in you guys, so I'll move for approval.
Second. Was it action?
Okay, we have a motion to approve the report by Commissioner Gillespie, second by Commissioner Riley. Either other comments or questions? I made a note to discuss precinct 2 in executive session with our county attorney on that status. So I just want to let you know.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Thank you, Mr. Rocha.
Thank you.
We appreciate you collecting these bills. I should have asked you this in discussion, but, and I think I know the answer, but on these old tickets, very old tickets, they're still going to be indicated on their record somewhere.
Correct.
And they can't renew their license if they're in Texas. Some of them probably out of Texas, but
And a lot of times, if it's somewhere, you can go to the tax office, and sometimes it can't, it's not a, the AG, when you go in for license plate renewals, that's a hard hold. But for information like this, it's called a soft hold.
so they can't get.
They can,
registration.
they see go to registration, they say, oh, you need to go, and it might not be this county, it might be some other location in the state of Texas that pops up on the screen. But like AG is a hard hold, you can't get renewal, but this is considered a soft hold, yeah.
But if they're pulled over for some other reason and their license is run, it's gonna show up?
That's correct.
Okay.
And if there's a
So-
warrant, they should be
So
arrested.
it's not totally lost. We may see it dribble in over the next 20 years.
So all we can do
somehow.
is find them, send them the
whatever.
letters, and some do, some don't, some call, some, yeah.
Well, we appreciate your efforts. Thank you, Ronald. Next, we have Constable Meadows. A, discuss and take appropriate action concerning improving funds of less than $5,000 from ARP money for the removal and reinstall of new brackets for the Tahoe transferred in the Sheriff's Office to be used by the Precinct 4 Deputy Constable. See attached letter and information sheet. Constable Meadows.
Thank you, Judge.
A,
We have our vehicle, which is no longer here, was a 2010 Crown Vic. It's made 13 years old.
I thought it was gonna last forever.
They thought it was too till last Wednesday. Anyway, we need a new vehicle. The sheriff has graciously offered to give us one of his that's being decommissioned. However, we're already receiving a decommissioned vehicle because he's getting rid of it. But it's gonna cost about $5,000, more or less, to take the equipment out of our old vehicle, put it in his vehicle, so we can use it for patrol duties for the deputy. That includes brackets, lighting, cameras, radar units, take them out and install. So it's about $5,000, a little bit less. So we're asking for approval to get these vehicles exchanged, get the equipment exchanged, so we'll have a vehicle for the deputy.
So moved.
motion by Commissioner Perez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Knowlton. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. And that is specifically, agenda item is for ARP money. Agenda item B, discuss and take appropriate action concerning approving the purchase of 2 handheld radios for use in the JP court and for routine duties, and the purchase of 2 mobile vehicle units for use while on parole using ARP funds. See attached quote for $33,446.84. Mr. Constable.
Thank you again. The reason we need to get these new radios, the state has approved and in the process of installing new towers throughout the state, basically I-35 and I-37 South for emergency use. Agencies do not have interagency radios anymore. They can't talk agency to agency. Unfortunately, that was proven in Uvalde, and so the state has applied money to buy new radios and new equipment, new transmitters and scramblers. For us to be able to talk back and forth, we need these radios in our vehicles in case of emergency and for court use. So I'll ask the court to please approve the ARP funds to purchase these new radios for our use in the future.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie. And second by Commissioner Knowlton. Discussion or questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
If he's experiencing this, have we not heard from the other
Constables?
constables?
I got the information from the sheriff's department, Commissioner, so I don't know if the other, I would like to, at this time, recommend that each constable be contacted, or I'll contact them myself, and advise them of this, because the radio system we currently have will no longer be effective in the next year. They will not be able to communicate with other agencies.
We would appreciate it if you would contact the other ones.
Yeah.
Well,
I
if
mean,
you
I'll try.
want to share your financial information, your quotes and so forth with them, we'd appreciate that.
Okay, I understand that.
Because now is the time to do it while we have these funds and
Yes, sir.
not take it out of taxpayer dollars.
Right, this is one of the things that, communication-wise, if you don't have it, we don't get it now, we won't have it in the future. So I will reach out to other constables and let them know what we're looking at. I would too, at this time, I know I can't make any kind of statements, but I would like to put a bug in the ear of the commissioners. I'd appreciate if you could maybe look at a new vehicle for Precinct 4. Like I said, the one we got rid of is 13 years old. The one we're getting is already 8 years old. And so it's being decommissioned. That's why the sheriff's department's not using it. Now we're having to use it again. So if all possible.
How many miles on that one?
Sheriff, I believe it's about 110,000,
Something, 110,
120,000 miles already. And so, I mean, I know it's money, and I understand the process. We were hoping to use what we had for a while longer, but incidents otherwise, we need another vehicle. So if you could think about it in the future budget, we could certainly use another vehicle for Precinct 4.
Do we have a motion and a second for approval? Any other discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you for your help, Constable.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Henry Dominguez. Discuss and take appropriate action renewing the contracts for animal control services with the cities of Pleasanton, Jordan, Petite, Christine, Charlotte, and McMullen County. Lionel never sent you one?
No, sir. Maybe we'll talk about it. Good morning,
Good morning.
ladies and gentlemen. Yes, sir, it's that time of the year again. We have to renew our contracts. The contracts have been sent out to all the cities. The city of Lauderdale did receive a contract from us. However, at this point, they have not shown an interest in subscribing to it. It is an option available to them throughout the year. If they were to join down the road, we would just prorate the amount charged yearly. So I did speak to the city administrator, Matt Deere, and he said at this point, it's simply under consideration. So they're not going to be signing up for them. But all the other cities have shown an interest in reapplying for the contract. They've all been sent contracts, and I've gotten some returns already. So we're asking that you approve the county judge to sign all of them at one time.
Motion by Commissioner Milton, second by Commissioner Perez. I just brought up Lionel. I was surprised when you said they even contacted you. They're so far away, but.
Yes, sir. Their consideration is to use it as an overflow. They would still keep theirs, but ours would be in the event that they have a reason to bring them to us. They would bring them
If
4 or
they're
5
still in
minutes.
the county, any city that needs assistance can call you if they need assistance for violent animals or certain things that you have authority to go in on.
Yes, sir. We do assist them. Yes, sir.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve these and approve my signing. So all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chief. Number 12, Daniela Martinez. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Read the first one.
Yes, sir.
New employee, Rochelle Santos, position part-time control room tech, pay rate $12 per hour, salary budget area 039-400-562, physical drug test pending, start date 10/03/2022.
Yes, sir.
Martinez.
The current part-time control room tech that we have, she's going to be out for quite some time. She's going to have surgery on her ankle. So she put in her resignation to not have us have to sit and wait. So I'm asking to replace her and hire Ms. Santos.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Perez, second by Commissioner Riley. Discussion, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Thank you, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next is new employee, Elena Duenas, position juvenile supervision officer, category 1, pay rate 41000.00 annually, tier 1, salary budget area 039-400-562, physical drug test pending. And I think I can read the next one.
Yes, sir.
Same.
Yes, sir, correct.
New employee, Marcus Salas, position juvenile supervision officer, pay rate same pay rate, all dated the same, starting date the same. Ms. Martinez.
Yes, sir. I am needing these 2 employees because I had one that resigned due to personal reasons, and then one of the other newer workers that we hired, he ended up no call, no show, so I need to replace him as well. So this is all within budget, just replacing who I'm missing.
Motion by Commissioner Knowlton,
Second.
second by Commissioner Perez. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Number 13, Brittany Van Kuren, discuss and take appropriate action concerning the adoption of the Atascosa County Nonprofit Grants Program application. Ms. Van Kuren,
Good morning.
good morning.
So the Atascosa County Nonprofit Grant Committee has been meeting, and we compiled many different sources to build this application. If you have any questions, the way this will work out, I will be the point of contact via phone and email. If they wish to drop off or mail any applications, those will come directly to the auditor's office, but I will be the point of contact via phone or email or electronic submissions.
As being one that sat on the board and going through it, I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie, second by Commissioner Riley. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is there possible if there to be a nonprofit with a status other than C3, such as C4?
That is not something that we considered. We were specifically looking at the 501c3s. Is that something that you recommend we make that as an adjustment?
I just appreciate if you take a look at C4s and see if that meets the same qualifications as a nonprofit as C3.
So I would need to do that research and come back to court, which would push our deadline back?
No, just get with me on it. If we need to make a change, we'll consider that and see what we need to do. It's just a question of information.
Okay.
I'd like to follow up on.
The way we have it set right now, the deadline for submission would be November 11th, if this is approved as it is today.
What date?
The deadline for submission would be November 11th by 5 p.m. Anything received after that would not be considered.
I just know there's some C4s out there. I just don't know what their status and how they compare to it. And I can't really even name them, so I can't tell you what, and I'm just pulling this out of the air. This is not specific to my question, but I don't know what status Strawberry Festival Association is, for example.
Okay. So
And they were definitely hurt by COVID, so,
Okay.
you know, that's just an example. So that's all, the only reason I'm asking, just to have full information on it.
So is your approval based on that information and needs to be amended, or are we approving this as it is?
I move that we approve this and instruct you to examine the C4 status.
That'd be an amendment to the motion that's on the table. Didn't we have a motion on the table?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was,
Discussion still, I'd like for Ms. Bird, she had her hand up.
As per IRS, 501c3 is a nonprofit organization. 501c4 is a social welfare group, and donations to 501c4 are not tax deductible.
Okay. Let's leave it the same.
that answers the question.
My motion to hold.
Yes.
My second.
Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you for the answer.
Thank you. And we'll get this posted on our website and our Facebook page as soon as we can, so that we can start receiving submissions as soon as possible.
Thank you for your work. Number 14, Diane Gonzalez, discuss and or take appropriate action concerning personnel. Existing employee, Yvonne Rose Salinas, position full-time deputy clerk, pay rate 3173.95 monthly, tier 1, salary budget area 012408-402. Physical drug test not applicable, start date 10/1/2022. I have a pencil change to it, it's been 10/1. Ms. Gonzalez?
This is a lady that I hired, 90 days ago, so I'm, giving her, raising her up to tier 1.
So
She
moved.
turned out to be exceptionally a good lady, and so,
Motion for approval by Commissioner Perez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Knowlton. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Next one is new employee Scarlett Rose Ochoa, position full-time deputy clerk, pay rate 34087.34 annually, tier 3, salary budget area 012-408-402, physical drug test pending, start date 10/1/2022. Motion by Commissioner Riley,
Second.
second by Commissioner Knowlton. Discussion, Ms. Gonzalez?
yes, this is a new employee I'm hiring, to
a second. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 15, Diane Gonzalez, discussion and take appropriate action to approve Commissioners Court minutes for July 2022. Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, I sent all the minutes out for, all commissioners and the judge, and I didn't hear, any complaints, so I'm assuming everything is okay and we can move forward.
Second.
Motion for approval by Commissioner Knowlton, second by Commissioner Riley. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 16, Ms. Gonzalez, discuss and take appropriate action concerning approving the sheriff and constable fees for 2023 as required under Local Government Code Section 118.131. Fees must be set before October 1st, 2022 and must be reported to the State Comptroller before October 15th, 2022. See attached. Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes, every year, Judge, at this time we go through this, I did speak to the constables and the sheriff, and I didn't hear any requests to change anything, so things will stand as they are.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Perez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Knowlton. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 17, Diane Gonzalez, discuss and take appropriate action approving the archival microfilm vault storage agreement with Co-File Technologies, Inc. and direct county judge to sign. The price for film storage for 2022 is $4,063.50 to be paid out of the office supply budget line item. Please note that the price will go up every year due to the increase of film being stored. Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, this will be, something that will keep happening every year because of the film storage. They sent me a bill for this amount for 2022, so I need to go ahead and pay that out of office supplies this year to make sure that I'm not emergency management.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie,
Second.
second by Commissioner Riley. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 18, Diane Gonzalez, discuss and take appropriate action to approve the revised MOU between Atascosa County and Simplify. Indirect county judge signed pending county attorney approval. The MOU was approved on May 23rd, 22, but revisions were made by Simplify. Ms. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, this, MOU was approved before, but they came back with some changes. Of course, I sent it to the county attorney's office, and I believe, so, Trim has reviewed it, so I will get you the corrected copy for you to sign, Judge, after the meeting. So this is for e-recording, there's no cost to the county, it's in order for me to continue to move forward with e-recording, that you started.
We don't have a motion on this, do we? Motion by Commissioner Gillespie,
Second.
second by Commissioner Knowlton. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Think about lunch.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Motion carries. Sheriff, if I can impose on you 1 second, I'd like to.
Sure.
Go ahead. I'm not going to keep you standing long.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to explain something I probably should at the top of the meeting, that we have an executive session scheduled, and I'm waiting for Ms. Vickers to get here. When we do that, I wanted to yes. I've lost your name.
Tom Jones.
Yes. Hi, Tom. Behind you.
Shane Silva.
Hey, Shane. Sorry, Shane. I don't know your name. Just one of those things. Anyway, so what I've done is we're going to discuss several items in the section, including yours, and then when we come out, you'll be at the top of it, and I'll turn it over to you to present your, make your presentation of your desires and your facts, and give you time to do that. I just want to let you know, so you weren't kept in suspense, is what was happening. So thank you, Sheriff. Sheriff's first item is number 19, discuss and take appropriate action concerning personnel. I think you just have one. No, you have 3. And they're all different. So, existing employee Ashley Macias, telecommunications officer, pay rate tier 1, 45062.61, annual, continue 1-year agency probation, salary budget area 012448402, fiscal trade test not applicable, start date 09/10/2022. Sheriff.
Yes, this is a new dispatcher that we appropriated from Wilson County, and she's coming over, starting with us. Well, she's already started, and she's finished her 90 days, and we're moving her up to Tier 1.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Perez. Second by Commissioner Riley. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Next, existing employee, Alan Perez, position Deputy Sheriff, Tier 1, 49989.61 annual, continue 1-year agency probation, salary budget area 012-440-410, physical drug test not applicable, start date 09/01/2022. Sheriff.
Same thing here, Deputy Pettis has completed his 90-day probationary period and moving him up to this Tier 1 salary, effective September the 1st.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Moulton.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Perez. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Next is new employee, Felipe Moreno, position Corrections Officer, pay rate Tier 2, 43062.61 annual, 171-hour fluctuating pay program, $120 a month uniform, $150 a month holiday, 90-day county probation, 1-year agency probation, salary budget area 012-442-562, physical drug test pending, start date 10/1/2022. Sure.
Yes, I'd like to hire Mr. Moreno, effective October 1st as a correction officer. He comes with his state license already, so we'll start him at salary rate Tier 2.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Perez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Riley. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 20, Sheriff's salary. Discuss and take appropriate action to approve payment to landowners for property damage during the law enforcement pursuit under Section 683.015F of Texas Transportation Code. The amount of $663 to be paid to Samuel Adamillo from 012-440-750, reference ACSO case number 22-13616. See attached. Sheriff.
Yes, sir. This is damage to fences due to police pursuit. And under this statute, we can reimburse the landowner with these funds that come from excess abandoned motor vehicle funds.
Motion for approval by Commissioner Knowlton,
Second.
second by Commissioner Perez. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 21, Sheriff's salary. Discuss and take appropriate action to approve payment to landowners for property damage during a law enforcement pursuit under Section 683.015F of Texas Transportation Code. The amount of $625 to be paid to Randy Mangum from 012-440-750, reference ACSO case number 22-13475. See attached. Sheriff.
Yes, it's the same thing. This is from a different law enforcement pursuit. Mr. Mangum had several fences and a gate damaged. He had all the materials on hand, and he has made the repairs and approved the reimbursement amount of $625.
Motion by Commissioner Riley. Approval.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Knowlton. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank y'all.
Commissioner Knowlton, number 22, discuss and take appropriate action concerning approving a utility right-of-way permit on the west side of Hickman Road in Precinct 2. The permit fee of $500 has been submitted to the County Treasurer's Office. Commissioner Knowlton.
This is a permit request from CPS Energy, and Ms. Van Kuren has reviewed the application, and the funds have been turned over to the Treasurer's Office. Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Knowlton.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Perez. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Commissioner Riley, number 23, discuss and take appropriate action concerning issuing McCoy Water Supply Corporation a permit for a road bore located in Precinct 4 at 6459 County Road 429, Pleasanton, for Christian and Jennifer Cox. Commissioner Riley.
Yes, check this out. I'll move for approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Riley, second by Commissioner Knowlton. Discussion, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 24, Commissioner Riley, discuss and take appropriate action to issue McCoy Water Supply Corporation a permit for a line extension of 3,310 feet located on 1345 Lucas Road, Pleasanton, for Don Olmsted in Precinct 4. Commissioner Riley.
Yes, sir. I went to location to approve that. I'm asking for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Riley.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Perez. Discussion, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 25, Commissioner Riley, discuss and take appropriate action issuing a pipeline permit extension to Pilar EFS LLC for a pipeline to be laid at CR 419. A check for $200 been turned in the treasurer's office. Commissioner Riley.
Yes, so this money was turned into the treasurer. This is for the extension of the amount of time this temporary pipeline should be there. So move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Riley.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Perez. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. 26, Commissioner Riley. Discuss and take appropriate action concerning issuing Straight Line Well Services LLC a permit for temporary 4-inch poly water line along the side of CR 407 for 2.93 miles. Sir.
Yes, sir. The money was turned into treasurer's office. I didn't put the amount on there, I'm sorry. But I move for approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Riley, second by Commissioner Knowlton. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 27, Trent Rowell. Discuss and take appropriate action concerning personnel. Existing employee. Good morning, Mr. Rowell.
Good morning.
Shali Adodondo, position secretary, pay rate 40122.68 annually. Salary budget area 012-404-402, physical drug test not applicable. Start date is 10/1/2022. Sir.
Yes, we have lost Candace Bartosh. We had two secretaries, Candace and Shaylee. This is just moving Shaylee to Candace's position. I believe I got the salary right, but because I checked to see what it was when we modified the salaries in April. But if I have that incorrect, we can have the treasurer review that. I want to make sure it's just whatever that Candace was getting paid, and we're just asking her to step up into that position. As of now, the county attorney thinks that we will not be filling another secretary position, so we will have that money left over in the budget if we need it down the road.
Are you meaning to bring her in at the top tier?
I'm meaning to,
whatever is budgeted?
whatever Candace was being paid, that's what we're intending to do. And I don't know how, I got this off one of the agendas, so I assumed that was right, but it may have not been.
Well, we could make the motion to approve this person with the pay rate to be subject to verification of the budgeted amount by the auditor.
That would be more than fine.
Move for approval.
Second.
As you had read.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie, second by Commissioner Knowlton, with the motion to include the pay rate being verified by the auditor.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 28, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 28, Tracy Barrera. Discuss and take appropriate action concerning the approval, disbursement of pretrial diversion funds as authorized by Article 102.0121 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, and approval of a check to be written from the pretrial miscellaneous fund line item 053-400-625 in the amount of $10,500, being a quarterly payment for services provided to Atascosa by the CSCD as specified by in the interlocal agreement. Payment will be released after Trent Rowell and the county attorney's office has reviewed and approved it. Ms. Barrera?
The quarterly payment that we do every, requesting, Trent has reviewed it, so just requesting approval for us to issue these funds.
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Commissioner Gillespie, second by Commissioner Riley. Discussion, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. There's a number of things with my name on it, but you can also add on most of them Ms. Barrera's name too. Discuss. She submits them and puts them under my name. The discuss and take appropriate action concerning purchasing one batch of COVID tests and a COVID test reader out of ARP funds for Camino Real Mental Health Clinic. See attached for an estimate. So, this is legitimate use of these funds to assist in the COVID area. Be up to the commissioners to approve it if you wish to do so. It shows the amount is $1,453.60. That's not all of it though. Plus 2,800 for a testing kit. The first one is the reader. That's what reads the test, and the rest is the kits for testing.
That's 28, was it 2,800?
So it's $1,453.60 plus 2,800.
Move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie,
Second.
second by Commissioner Knowlton.
On, how many in a batch? What is, how many are in a batch? Is this 3 tests or is it 300?
Well, that's an excellent question to which I do not know the answer, since this is actually the first time I've seen it.
It says 3 each.
3 readers
Yeah.
and 2 of these 2 combo kits. That's all it says.
That's just for reference, it's not,
It's not.
kind of indicate the price of those things, it's not an actual.
If you'd like to postpone the vote, we can bring it up at the next meeting and get the information together for you.
Who got this together?
Looks like the juvenile detention center.
Who turned it in, Robbie? It wasn't me.
Well, I don't know what your and Rusty's conversation was about it, I think Rusty's the one that said,
You what?
it's time to put it on there, that agenda item.
This is the original.
Because I guess months back, the mental health clinic had asked for this, and you had said, okay. I don't know why it took them so long to decide to move forward with this, so,
I'm sure I said it, something we could do.
Yes.
Yes.
and those 2, invoices are just some old ones that we had. And so they're there for just kind of a reference, so y'all know the approximate cost. It's not gonna be more than that because
Isn't it more appropriate to actually get a quote?
I don't know how,
If we're gonna
I don't
approve
know
it.
if there's an actual way to get a quote, but I'm sure.
There has to be.
Oh, there is. Yeah, we've gotten hard quotes from what we paid for through the detention center and for the prison, for the adult prison.
I would suggest we don't do anything until we get an actual quote.
Yes. If we're
Motion to
using ARPA
postpone?
funds,
I'm sorry?
Motion to postpone?
Yes, sir.
Motion postponed by Commissioner Knowlton,
Second.
second by Commissioner
Your Honor,
Perez.
Your Honor, I had a motion on the table.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
I'll switch his motion to mine.
Was yours seconded?
yes.
His
Okay, you're
be
gonna amend your
seconded.
motion to,
To withhold any voting or anything until we get a quote
okay,
for,
and who seconded that?
I did.
You amend your second?
Yes.
Okay. We motion a second to postpone until we get hard data. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you. 30, Judge Hurley. A, discuss and take appropriate action concerning approving an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between Atascosa County and SureMed EMS LLC for emergency medical response and direct county judge side. MOU has been approved by the Assistant County Attorney. This is a ambulance group. They did a presentation to Commissioners Court a while back. They just simply agreed to meet the contract we had with Superior Ambulance for hauling emergency detentions, and they just want to be back up. They're just trying to get in the door here in Atascosa County in various ways. And they're also, they put in there that they are willing to be an alternate for our EMS. I'm not sure we need that, but none of these, there is no charges unless we call them. There's no cost to the county unless we have a need for them. And then they've agreed to the same contract that we have with the Superior for fees, which is, believe me, a far better rate than picking up the phone and calling a public ambulance service.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie, second by Commissioner Moulton. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you. B, discuss and take appropriate action to approve an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between Atascosa County and SureMed EMS for transportation of mental patients and direct county judge to sign. MOU has been approved by Assistant County Attorney. What I said takes effect for both A and B.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Perez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Moulton. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 31, Judge Hurley, discuss and take appropriate action concerning approving the interlocal transportation agreement between ACOG and Atascosa County and Direct County Judge signed. This is the shuttle agreement, and we, I thought I heard somebody talking. Then we have verified that all three cities are putting on the, either have approved it in their city councils or they're putting on their agenda for approval.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Moulton,
Second.
second by Commissioner Perez. I didn't want us to be in the position of approving it without confirmation that it was going to move forward and continue with the cities. So, since they pay half the bill. So, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion, questions? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 32, Judge Hurley, discuss and take appropriate action to waive the 60-day health insurance waiting period for Becky James, new Chief Defender for the Atascosa Area Regional Public Defender Office. Ms. James has been hired by the Pdo board and has started and does need a waiver. She does have insurance. She does have continuing needs for medical prescriptions and medical coverage. So I'm asking that we waive the 60-day health insurance waiting period for her.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Perez, second by Commissioner Riley. Discussion or questions? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 33, Judge Hurley, discuss and take appropriate action to approve advertising for RFPs for a new air conditioning, systems, and that should say systems in there, and installation in the courthouse. This has to do with this old chiller. I think if we add up our bills we're spending all year long, that JR may be making as much money as it costs us to buy a new chiller. It's really gotten old, it's really having problems, and I just think we ought to look at some RFPs. It is, the auditor has reviewed the ARP policy, and if we decide later on to do something, it's possible. It is legal for us to take this out of the ARP funds. I don't think we should be stunned if the bids come in. I'm always low, but $750 million, $1 million, it's going to be very expensive. And
Well, this is just a request to go out for RFP, correct?
it's just RFPs, just for proposals, that's all.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Knowlton,
Second.
second by Commissioner Perez. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 34, Judge Hurley. Discuss and take appropriate action concerning adopting the immediate funding request for state government mandated services resolution for immediate relief for increasing backlog to TDCJ inmates, TDSHS mental health patients, and TJJD felony juveniles are being held in county facilities at county taxpayer expense. Funding is available in the current state's budget to provide contract payments to counties and other entities to meet the state responsibility, and the Texas Legislative Budget Board has the authority to transfer these funds. I think we ought to give it a try. Motion by Commissioner Norton, second by Commissioner Gillespie. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Number 35. Discuss and take appropriate action concerning adopting FY 2023 TIDC Formula Grant Resolution to the Indigent Defense Grant Program and authorize the county judge to sign. This is not the PDO, this is a standard resolution where we ask for indigent defense grants. We're still eligible even though we're running the PDO to get these, and that money goes into our indigent defense budget. What we get from the state is probably a fifth of what it was 10 years ago, but we still ought to try to get what we can. Motion by Commissioner Moulton. Second by Commissioner Gillespie.
Is there a match on this?
A what?
A match, like do we owe?
On the formula grant, we've done this for years and years, and we submit a lot of work. We submit every year, it's usually in the millions of dollars, and we get about 40,000, 50,000 back. But like Judge said, we do it because it's $40,000 or $50,000 we didn't have, so.
Sure.
Just to help offset those expenses that we have.
Yeah, we spend far more than the match, and it's just what we spend will qualify for the match. Sorry, I don't have a more specific answer for you. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. And B, discuss and take appropriate action concerning adopting the FY 2023 TIDC Indigent Defense Improvement Grant Resolution for the Indigent Defense Sustainability Grant Program and authorize county judge to sign. Would you like to explain that? It's just the same, it's just a similar program they came out with later that we apply for every year.
This is the one where we're running the PDO from, I think, is that one? The improvement grant resolution is the one we run the PDO through.
Okay.
So
And
that
the other
was-
is for our standard indigent defense?
Yes, it's all through TIDC, but this one is for the improvement grant. There's two separate grants, so this improvement grant is the larger one that we have that covers the PDO costs.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Perez. Under discussion, it probably should have been under the last one, the PDO grant is a 33 1/3 share, and that is not covered by indigent defense funds we spend. That specific share that we pay toward the PDO. However, we have left the budget in place ever since we started the PDO because we were never sure how well it would start, how well it would run, and we knew there was going to be some fallback on hiring local attorneys. So what's our budget on? It's still over $500,000 a year.
Our portion?
No, our budget for indigent defense. That all this money comes out of.
PDO. It's over $2 million.
just talking about our budget that we established for indigent defense.
Oh, our court costs, right at a million.
And we've left it high, and it's a good thing we did because the way the vendor we just got rid of was failing to even achieve 80% employment, and at times has been around 40 and 50% employment, and we continually had to go into our indigent defense funds and go back to the old system and hire local attorneys to cover indigent defense. So somewhere, I recommend that somewhere maybe in 2024, the commissioners at budget look and see if PDO is running well, and you can probably cut that budget down some, but I've been reluctant to cut that until I knew exactly where we were, and I promise you, we still don't know. But we're not increasing what we were spending, we're saving money, but we're leaving the budget in place just to cover ourselves. So that 33 1/3% match would come out of that. That's what I'm trying to explain, so you know. Any questions about that? We have a motion and a second up on the table for B. So all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. Thank you. Number 36A, hold public hearing on Atascosa County 2023 proposed budget pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 111.007A, and on the Atascosa County 2022 tax year, proposed property tax rate. So I am opening a public hearing on the 2023 proposed budget. Do we have anyone who has signed up to speak at the hearing? No, being none.
Judge, would you like me to talk about the changes in the hearing, or would you like for me to do that after the public hearing?
It's whatever your pleasure is, ma'am. We're gonna take it at the same time either way. What would you like to do? Like do it now? Go ahead.
Okay. There are a couple of things I want to address, and there are certain things that we pass it down. The budgets that I'm handing out are the ones that are different from the proposed budget, and I will discuss the major issues, not issues, but the major changes. And I need direction on a couple of things when we get to it. First of all, the first sheet that you have is the general revenues. And the things I want to point out on this, I increased, after reviewing, I went back and we reviewed everything, looked at the projections, looked at some different costs, and I tried to get this a much more accurate reflection. Also on the line 311 and 321, we actually had once Commissioners Court approved the proposed tax rate, I was able to calculate the actual numbers for our ad valorem taxes. So those numbers changed. As far as inmate telephone receipts, that we're actually receiving quite a bit more than what we were, so therefore I increased that line item. There's small things that, like I said, went up maybe $100 here or there, but it was just a better estimate for our budget. If you look at the second page, I want to point out something. Actually, let me hand this out with it so I can explain it. On our capital outlay budgets, I've got two things I want to point out. Underneath the sheriff's section, the very last line, that is something that was added, and I'll explain why. And if y'all have further questions, the sheriff can address it. But
currently for this year, y'all budgeted for 2022, you budgeted 3 trucks that, due to everything happening in the world, there's no place to get those trucks. And he's tried every different state contract that we can go through. So those funds have not been spent for this current year. So if you look at line 395, the total cost that, it's not changing our tax rate. What I'm doing is, since we're not using it in 2022, I will transfer it into the 2023 budget, just roll it forward. And if you look at that very last line, that's the exact same number. So what I'm doing is just rolling it from 2022 so he can purchase those vehicles those trucks if they ever come available for the current year. I did underline that utility unit. When he got the quote for the 2022, it was $35,763. That's gone up probably $8,000 to $9,000. Now, we can either leave it as is, and depending on what it comes in as, we can take it out of unanticipated capital needs. But that's y'all's decision.
Commissioners?
You're comfortable with where you have it, Ms. Burr? I'm comfortable with it.
And I talked to Sheriff about it, and again, if it comes in higher, we do have the unanticipated capital needs, so therefore there's money there to cover it, whatever. I mean, it'd be nice if it was that amount or less, but doubt very seriously, if he can even get it. So when it comes to that point, we can definitely, when it comes to court, we'll point out that it's over, therefore we're using the unanticipated. But I just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. That way, when it happens, it's not a, oh,
Surprise.
yeah.
So,
You put 34, we approved that, or 35, and it was 45. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out.
that's covered.
Everything else, I think, is pretty well on target. I know there were some roof repairs that, for the county buildings, that need to be taken care of. I think, actually, the road and bridge new yard's on there twice, so.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
You can take one of those out and I'll reduce it and I'll
Double
fix
dipping?
that.
What's that, Road and Bridge?
Yeah, there's
it's
2
in
new
two,
yards
but
on there.
twice.
He's only gonna get one.
Double dipping.
No? Tax office parking lot, we're doing it in 2023, so it's on here. I don't think there's anything other major. If you have any questions on anything on capital outlay? Okay.
What, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Did you have one?
Nope.
What do you specifically have in mind on roof repairs and maintenance repairs? Usually we put that under buildings and yards. Do you have something specific?
I'm pointing to you.
Is this the?
No, Greg and I
Is
believe,
this the quotes on the?
Rusty, yes.
The windows that we're looking at?
no, that's coming, no. There were several places offices that are leaking that have issues with the roof and the runoff and all kinds of other stuff, and there are multiple buildings. I felt it was too much because his total budget for that line, this would eat up more than half of it. So being that it's going to improve the infrastructure, therefore, it's more of a capital asset because it's going to increase the value of the properties we have.
Just a question. Thank you.
I have an answer. Most times. That's pretty much the majority of the changes to the total revenues for the general fund only. If y'all want to go, if you want me to go through every sheet, I can go through every sheet. But what you have in front of you, in one way, shape, or form, it changed. If you go to the very last page on the revenues, I will point out that there's line 868, 869, and 870. Those items do not have anything to do with our tax rate. This part is the PDO, and basically it's being that we are the depository county. I have to have where the interlocal fees are coming in, which Judge referred to the 33% that's countywide. Our portion is Atascosa counties will go into that line item because again, it goes through another. So with our new software, this will be all separated into a separate fund. But for now, I just wanted to explain what those three lines were. So any questions on those? Okey dokey.
Those are line items to move the money around. Basically,
Yes.
the budget starting October 1st is going to be $2 million. That'll be divided into 12 equal payments. The county, us being the managing county, we'll get a bill for 1/12 of that each month. Auditor will, and this is for bookkeeping on the revenues and the moving the money around, but she'll be sending that bill to TIDC, and they will pay 2/3 of that bill to us, and that money will flow back in. Then we will send out bills to 3 other counties with our portion match of the 33 1/3%. We're paying, I think, 41%, 42%, somewhere in that range of that. So if you take 1/3 of $2 million is roughly about $650,000, and you multiply that times 40%, you get our cost on the PDO of running about $250,000 a year. And those are very rough numbers. I'm just doing that in my head while I'm talking, so they're probably, yeah, I'd say between 250, 3,000 maximum, but I think it's closer to 250. And as I mentioned earlier, our indigent defense budget is substantially higher. So you can see immediately the savings, and we were spending all that money before we went to the PDO. So once we get the PDO up and running, you can see the savings immediately that we're going to save each year from the range of, I would say, $300,000 to $400,000 in savings.
Yes. I mean,
We've
we've projected out.
Some of that money does go to a insurance program we buy through the Capitol, I forget their name, the people that defend us on Capitol.
Lubbock County?
Hmm?
Lubbock County?
Thank you. Yeah, it's Lubbock County. I forget their actual real name. They've changed it again. But they, we pay them for insurance, and then they cover up to a certain level. They pay certain money toward capital defense. So the PDO does not do capital defense. A capital defense, capital means it's the death penalties on the table. And the company out of Lubbock does the capital defense. PDO will do all else for indigent defense. They cover everything except where there's conflicts. So occasionally if I'm trying to think of an example, it may be a bad one, but if a husband and wife are involved in the same crime, the PDO and TIDC has a policy that they will not represent both parties. They will represent only one of them. And then in that case, we may have to use our existing old-time indigent funds to hire somebody locally to cover them because there's a conflict. It's going to be very rare when that happens, but it can happen. So we also need to leave some money out there to see what over the next, at least the next year or even the year after, see what the actual true expenses are, how much they average out. And as you all know, it fluctuates court-wise from year to year. The type of cases, the number of cases, and whatever's done. But you're gonna have to look at averages.
And since we're talking about that, if you flip through to pay, there's no page numbers on here, but 012488 is the new budget for the AAR PDO. And that's where that 2 came into play. And there is one little discrepancy. I did talk to the judge about it. I went ahead and budgeted. TIDC, we are probably going to have to talk to them probably to increase it by about $265,000. But I went ahead and budgeted for it. So this is all new from the proposed budget, so just wanted to point that out. Again, this is all funded from the other counties. Our county portion of this budget will be $365,389. And that's including the increased amount. So it will not exceed that amount. If TIDC doesn't approve it, then obviously it'll go down. But I just wanted to, since he was talking about the PDO, I just wanted to point that out. The entire budget is right here. And this is based off of the application that judge submitted, and it's what TIDC approved for their budget. Okay, any other questions on the revenues? And like I said, I mean, we can flip through them all if you'd like. We don't have to. A couple of the budgets were reduced. If you want to go ahead and flip over right after the revenues.
If you just hit the changes, that would be nice.
Okay. Every one of those pages has a change, but we can go through it.
Whatever the commissioner's desire is, what would you like her to do?
The majority of the items have been discussed at one point or another. But again, I don't want any questions that anything was done that was not brought to light. So we'll go through all of them. So after the 300 series, your next budget is 404, which after last meeting, the salary 401, the retirement 491, and 493 Social Security had been reduced. Budget 406, the salary was increased due to the district judges setting my salary higher than what the 5% would have been.
Okay.
And obviously with that, the retirement and Social Security goes up. Fund 412. Why do we have this one in here? Let me double check. Thought I had them all marked, and I didn't have marked out. Scratch that one shouldn't have been in there. There was no change to that one. All right, 434. This increased for the court reporters, being that the
Okay.
district judges set their salary higher than what we had in the proposed budget, so therefore that increased along with the retirement.
Okay.
And Social Security, let's see, 436. Nothing major on this one. The bottom part, if you go all the way down to the 851, 852, those are, again, same thing we were talking about with your PDO. That management service is what total amount we're going to be paying, and the interlocal, which is our percentage, AC percent, which is Atascosa County's percent. So that's the 365, 389. Budget 440, which is the sheriff's budget. I had originally included that task force position in his budget. He came to court a few meetings ago, asked for that. Since that wasn't panning out, that he wanted to have that investigator through the ARP funds, so therefore that was reduced.
Okay.
444 tax assessor, after the proposed, I had talked to Loretta. I increased her annual maintenance from $10,000 to $12,000, so it went up $2,000. 445, fire marshal had annual longevity, so therefore I reduced that, being the fire marshal is no longer employed, so therefore we had that reduction along with the taxes with that. Treasurer's office, in the proposed, the treasurer's budget was at 6%, and that was brought back to the 5% in y'all's public hearing on that, that all elected officials be at 5%. So those were reduced. On 468, I actually have a question for y'all. This letter came in after our proposed budget, so it's not in here at all, but this is a decision for the Commissioners Court. We received a letter from Community Council of South Central Texas requesting a $500 to $1,000 donation, which we don't have them in here. So I didn't know if y'all wanted me to add them, or if that was something y'all wanted to, I don't know if anybody, I didn't bring copies, but if anybody wants to read the letter. I don't think we ever brought that to any of the budget workshops, because I think we got that letter after our budget workshops. So, again, that's at the court's pleasure, whether or not to add them, or,
Oh, I remember this. Yeah. I'm gonna let them read it.
Sir?
I'll wait and let them read it.
that way if you have any questions, we can address it.
Sorry?
While
Go ahead.
while y'all are passing that around, I'm gonna.
Sure, let's go
I'm
on.
gonna, move on as far as the 468, because there's multiple things. In line 690, auditing, our current external auditors are closing their doors as of November of this year. Therefore, we will have to go out and find us another external auditor. I've reached out to several companies. I'll figure out what's best for the county and cost-wise. But we always paid this same rate for as long as, it's very minimal. We were paying them $35,500. Most audits run anywhere 90 to 100,000 for counties our size. I budgeted 60,000. I have no idea what it's going to be, but I knew it needed to be higher. And Judge and I had discussed this, so we agreed.
When that time comes for those, do we go out for bids for those?
Local government code states that the county auditor selects the external auditors. I don't have a problem if y'all want to bid it out. I've reached out, they sent a list with, there's a company that's going to actually take over most of their clients and their employees. But I think they're based like Corpus Christi area. But they gave us a list of several different ones from Corpus and Laredo and San Antonio and Austin. And so one of them I've actually worked with before, and they're in San Antonio. So I'll get several. If y'all would rather just bid it out, we can bid it out. It doesn't matter, but I need to make sure that they can, because we have to have single audits. They have to have the experience, and they have to have the know-how to do what we need for an external audit. So when we get to that point, yes, sir, we can bid it out. It'll come back to court. I was just pointing out that that was one of the line items that was increased. As far as the capital outlay budget actually went down, and will go down another 100,000. So that will be corrected before we. And I just need your directive on whether or not you want to add a donation to,
I think we should.
in the amount of?
I'm good with 1,000. They could use the money, and it's to benefit our people as well.
I believe they've come to Commissioners Court before and talked to y'all, so. Do I have a consensus of $1,000? Okay, thank you. That will be added.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else?
For 468, no,
Huh?
not for that one. Again, the rest, I believe, 469 is our transfers in and out. One of the errors that was fixed was in Commissioner Riley's budget. There was a typo for his fuel. For the proposed budget was only 16,000. and that would get him through a month maybe, but that was been corrected. So therefore, his budget was adjusted by $144,000, so the transfers had to be adjusted. That's why the transfer sheet is in here. Rural addressing, the proposed budget just had the salary for the full-time position. It did not include the 5%. And after talking to Judge, it was approved to put the 5% in there. So obviously the salary and retirement and taxes went up. 476, IT department, I increased the annual maintenance agreements. With our new election pieces of equipment, we have an annual maintenance for those, so therefore I increased the annual maintenance agreement in that budget. 487, that is our ARP funds. I tried to straighten those out just a wee bit more to where you could actually see where we're spending and why we're spending and what we're spending, and moved over that individual, which it won't say task. I'll remove that. It'll just be investigator. I kept the COVID coverage people in there because you never know if we're going to have another surge and there's going to be any issues. But mainly I tried to break it down as equipment, capital improvements, computers, and so forth. That way, if we do new chillers, then we've got that for building improvements. 488 we discussed, that's all new. And 489 is our hot eligible expenses. The reason I put 250, we don't plan on spending that, but the revenues reflects 250, so to keep the balance, you can't use that 250 for anything else in the budget, so therefore I have to have an expense there, even though we probably won't be spending anything out of there. Fund 18 was not included in the proposed, so that's in there. 20, obviously we changed the revenue side with the tax rates, so the taxes changed. As far as including the transfer in, and then on the export side, the 400s, obviously the transfer out changed. 24, budget 24, Commissioner Riley's, the correction was on line 503. Fund 41, which is our EMS, I believe, I will look. I don't see it. Give me a minute. Oh, the workers' comp insurance. I'm sorry. Workers' comp should be, if there's a separate fund, it should be in that fund. And we've been paying the workers' comp for EMS out of the general fund, so therefore I just moved it over here. So it's now reflected in that budget. 66, when we did the proposed, I didn't have all the correct information, so that went up to 307 instead of the 200 something that I had in there. And that's all self-funded, so that doesn't affect anything. 67 is our Juvenile Services. It actually went down. Annual longevity was reduced, I believe from people leaving the department over there. Fund 89, which is our interest and sinking, obviously I got our tax rates, therefore the actual amounts changed for that budget as well. And Fund 158 was new last year, so therefore it is now in our soon-to-be approved budget for 2023. And those are the majority of, I don't want to say that it's all, but I want to make sure that these were all of the major things that needed to be pointed out. Any questions from anybody? The public, the
Okay.
commissioners? You raising your hand?
Okay, all right. Is there anything else?
I have nothing else. If you have no other questions,
No, we're gonna close the public hearing now. And we need to stick a marker in here, and we'll move to the public hearing on the tax rate. I need to, since Ms. Vickers is here, I need to move to the executive session, then we'll come back and we'll finish on the tax rate and the adoption. So, don't, make sure we lock the door and don't let the commissioners leave, because they've got to be here for the record vote on the tax
Yes.
rate. Okay, so we're gonna take a short break, and we're gonna recess this Commissioners Court meeting. It is 10:59 a.m., and we'll reconvene in 3 minutes here in the executive session.
That's right.
My brain, everything's three ways, we're gonna send you the invoice today, we're gonna process it
back from recess. It's 12:01 p.m. and we're on agenda item 39. Discuss and take appropriate action concerning items discussed in executive session. A, county road redesignation. Mr. Sullivan, you are up.
Don't we have to do first
What? Do what?
what we discussed in executive session?
No, that's B. No.
Thank you, Judge Hurley. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Commissioners. So we were here back in May, I believe, to talk about this issue. The question is a certain stretch of road a county road? We provided you a number of items, some deeds.
Everybody has a copy
Yeah,
of that.
yes, sir. Yeah. If you have any questions about those, I'll field them whenever you have them, just ask me. I've talked to Judge Hurley, Commissioner Gillespie, Ms. Vickers, Trent, about the various issues. Our position is, it was a county road. It was maintained by the county, open to the public for a number of decades. We've got an affidavit signed by a previous county commissioner for Precinct 4 saying during his tenure in the late 80s, early 90s that, you know, he had maintained it as a public county road. It is the only means of legal access to certain tracks at the end of that road. There's a section of the Transportations Code that talks about if landowners fence in a county road for a certain amount of time, that county road can be considered abandoned except in two situations: when there's a cemetery at the end of the road, or when it's the only means of legal access to a tract down at the end of that road. Again, discussed this with Trent, discussed it with Judge Hurley, discussed it with Commissioner Gillespie. So we come before the county commissioners today asking for you to recognize that road as a county road, and if there are any questions, I'd be glad to field them now.
Commissioners?
I'd like to ask a question of Ms. Van Kuren. Did you find any written evidence that it was a county road somewhere?
No, sir. And I've done extensive research in the county clerk's office with the court minutes and trying to find anything that discusses the roads in this area. I have found other county roads in that time frame that were named as county roads, but I cannot find any evidence whatsoever of this ever being adopted legally through Commissioner's Court as a county road.
Do you have anything else, Mr. Sullivan? I mean, if you want to come back and say something, I wanted to let our county attorney speak.
I would answer any questions that you had, but I don't have anything to add right now.
Any other questions for Mr. Sullivan? Okay. Ms. Vickers?
Well, Your Honor, I've had this conversation with Mr. Sullivan several times, and what I've said is that, you know, historically, we've adopted county roads that weren't a county road because there's been an agreement of the parties if it was a road prior to that time. Under this scenario, I would expect that what we have is a fact issue to be determined. We are not a fact finder. A district court
other, yes, sir. I was gonna just ask if any other people with you or parties in this wish to speak.
I'm Tom Joseph, and I'm one of the owners of it. The tract has a long history of some litigation and so forth. But I think Ms. Vicker's comments are as the county attorney. But I think the state law, which is Mr. Shane quoted, says that the only access to the property is that road that's in dispute, that it's entitled to be a county road. And the evidence before you is that that's the only access to that tract. What Mr. Shane has provided you with information before now, there's a telephone easement. The telephone, AT&T, goes right down that area that we're talking about. And that was put there in the time when it was a public way because there is no easement, and I think Ms. Vickers will confirm that, there is no easement that allows that property, that telephone line to go in there if there was a private owner. When AT&T wants to run a line, if it's a public way, they don't need an easement. So what has not been addressed here is that there is a telephone line that goes all the way down, which I think services the Riley residence. So to me, that's pretty strong evidence that at the time, there was a county road there. And then before you, you have an unimpeached affidavit that this road was maintained by the county. And the person who did it hasn't given you that affidavit. So before the court right now, there's very, very strong evidence that it was a county road. While it's called a redesignation, it's not a redesignation. It never lost its county road status because it was never abandoned by the county. Because as you see, no one has indicated that the road was abandoned, nor has there been enough time which anything else might take place by adverse possession, because you can't get adverse possession against the county. And this thing is before the court today because someone has put a fence up to keep access from going to the property in the back. And we're saying the court has the authority at this time to give us the right of way to the property. We have, otherwise we can only access as credit sheets. We can't come to this. So we're just asking that the county attorney is correct. We can go to court. And of course, we've been there before. But it's a great expense. It takes a lot of time. And as residents of the county, it would appear that the county would assist someone in having access to their property without having to resort to the court system.
May I respond?
Yeah, sure, but are you through, Mr. Joseph?
And
Yes,
you
I
can
am.
refinish, that's fine. I
Sure.
can never interrupt Mr. Jessup.
Thank you.
As far as I can determine, the road has never been legally declared or been adopted as a county road. So there are many, many, many people, as Mr. Joseph knows in his long history of litigation, who argue about whether you have the right to an easement, whether a road, I'm not going to even call it a private or a public road, but whether an existing road that you can visually see is an easement or not an easement that allows, that's all dispute between private individuals about landlocked properties and about who has to give people authority to get to their landlocked properties. And I'm assuming Mr. Joseph has been in a number of those kinds of lawsuits, just like I have as private lawyers representing clients. And so, yes, you have the ability to, if you are landlocked, you have the ability to go to court, but, and ask for easement to get to your property, and the court must grant you
Sure. Yeah, we don't want to make this, we want to keep this informal.
Many roads in our county, I'll say our county because I am a resident of Atascosa.
Yes, sir.
Finding out the right start. Many roads in our county, and I've litigated for the county on these issues, are not actually dedicated to the county for county use. They're just roads that have been used by the county for years and years. There's an innumerable number of cases that say that when the county begins to maintain a road, it becomes a county road because taxes are being expended to make that a county road for the public. The only real evidence that you have before you, other than surmise, is that the man who maintained that road when he was a county commissioner has given you an affidavit that says he did that. Under the law of our state, that was a county road. There's been no evidence that showed it was abandoned. There's ample evidence that showed the telephone company used it for easement. There's ample evidence to show it's the only access. So what the county attorney is telling you is that you're not fact-finding, but the truth of the matter is, you don't have to find facts, because there's no controversy over the facts that are before you. Anything that's being said today is mere surmise, but the concrete evidence, which delineates any necessity for fact-finding, is before you. It's an affidavit. Had anyone come in to contradict that affidavit, then it would be a fact-finding operation. So we have two things. We have an unimpeached affidavit, and we have, it's only one way to get to that land. Now, those two facts are there, they're determined, they're unimpeached, and I'm saying that the county should do for the residents of this county what they need, and they need access to their property, as any property owner in this room wants. That's it.
Because you said there's no controversy, Mr. Joseph, so Mr. Riley's no longer in opposition to this? This is an easy decision if Mr. Riley's not in opposition to it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
You said there's no controversy to the facts, so Mr. Riley's still, he's not in opposition to this, so he's for it now?
Well, I don't know what he has said. I can only say that no
Well,
one has
he
said.
came here in Commissioner's Court and said he was against it.
Okay, I'm not saying he's against it or for it, but no one has impeached.
Well, you just said there's no controversy, so I misunderstood you, I'm sorry.
I just said, the evidence before you is unimpeached. He didn't say there was another access to the property, and he didn't say that the affidavit was incredible. So you still have that as evidence. The rest is surmise. It's conjecture. It's, of course, everybody's going to oppose it. And as to the gate itself, I'm not so sure that that gate should be destroyed, because maybe the owner of the property at the end of
question. The affidavit says that the road was maintained until 1992. What happened after that?
What did it say?
The affidavit says the road was maintained until 1992.
Yeah, it was maintained, I can verify that. Was it 92? I thought it was 02. I think that.
It says 1992.
Can I just, I don't have any party interest other than that.
Well, I'm just curious what happened after 1992.
I know for a fact it was, when I took it over, we maintained it in 92. I'd like to say something. And I understand your situation and I know what you're dealing with, but there are a couple of county roads that have gates across them now. I mean, am I correct on that, Commissioner Riley?
Yes.
South on 16?
Or I'll-
So
But it's,
therefore,
it's not locked gate.
no, okay. I don't know that that one's locked.
But it was locked
It was
until
locked.
I told them you cannot lock it. Frankly,
And-
that Henry Ranch Road, or whatever they call it, that gate was locked until we met in the Justice Center, and I told
Yeah,
them you
we-
cannot lock that
No, you
road.
can't lock that. I can take it out legally. I can take that whole gate out, everything out. We agreed to leave it there as long as it could not be locked, that we can have access to.
Okay, but there's still a gate across it, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's a gate
But
across
around 1990, somewhere between 90 and 92, we employed Bill Jenkins and Carlos Bracewell to do 911 rule addressing. And at that time, we established a policy that none of the roads that did not have a livable structure on it would not get a 911 address. This is all when it first started, so we really didn't know anything. There was no GPS, no satellite imaging, nothing. So we came to that road, and that road did not get a 911 address for that reason.
Along with the many others.
Yeah, for that reason. And that road's roughly 1,300 foot. I maintained it. I put material on it. I did it. It was recognized as a county road by 2 commissioners before me. Actually 3, Ms. Hoover, Mr. Hoover, and Smith Tausch. And my county foreman, when I came on, said, look, that's a county road. We went through the stuff. We looked at some old maps that had it on there. We maintained it. We knew it as Bruner Lane because that's what it was.
Was there ever a gate, a fence on both sides?
There was.
Then that one was removed. That would say that, maybe I shouldn't be talking, I'm a Riley.
Well, no, you should finish that.
He says
That,
92.
that'd be considered free range, which you can't do that.
I don't know. There was a fence on both sides.
So it needs a fence.
There was a fence on both
Well, it doesn't say maintained that.
I
And-
know.
and the reason-
Well, I know.
Commissioner Gillespie out there and showed me
Yeah.
the gate was put up, it's dead center.
But who's paying taxes on that, whatever, 2 point something acres?
There was a survey made on it, and a deed written, I believe, that Riley said, that's part of Lucas's property, Lucas sits there and says it is his.
That's on the opposite side.
No. The fence goes to one side.
Yes.
The survey line was dead center of this road, the other road was an equal distance away from it. Mr. Lucas's fence is not on his property line, it's off the property line.
Yeah.
And why would somebody put their fence off their property line if it's not recognized as a county road?
No.
We recognized it as a county road I know in 1992, all the way till the time I left office, I maintained it and recognized it as a county road. I do know that. There was no gate across it at that time.
I think that's probably a misprint here. It says until 1992, you maintained it. I think that's just a
Well,
misprint on the,
Probably, but what happened was, I know for a fact, it was around 1992 is when, somewhere between 1992 is when we employed them to do the 911. Diane, do you remember when that was? It was early 90s. And we didn't address it as a rural address because there was no livable structure. That's what we had took at that time.
Well, I remember as a kid, I went down that road to Uncle Walter's house. That was a lane. That was
Yeah,
a
we
road.
recognized it as Bruner Lane. That's
Yeah,
what we called
that
it.
was
Just
on
like
Bruner
Dead Horse
Place,
Lane.
But Walter Riley lived
Right.
on that place. And there was a fence on both sides, which
Yeah,
that
there
was
was.
open.
Right. I
I got
understand.
another question. In
What was
2005, we did an inventory, I wasn't here then, but we did an inventory of county roads, and TxDOT published it. But this doesn't show up.
I understand, and a lot of it's because it doesn't have a 911
Another one was
address.
done in 2015, still doesn't show up.
Well, a lot of it's because it didn't have a 911 address. We didn't address them because it didn't have
Probably
structure,
right.
livable structure.
Well, I don't think,
And that was partially, we didn't know anything back then. It just came
whatever
into the
said, Mr.
system.
Coon, nobody disputes that what you're saying is
Sure.
accurate. I don't.
No, as far as I know, I'm the only person alive that can tell you that. That's what's sad, other than maybe Tommy Franklin, if he remembers, sir. But that's the truth.
Because there was a fence on that right side all the way through.
All the way
It
to
pretty
the
much
end.
resolved this thing.
I know, and I agree, but
But
again,
that fence, was it ever, the gate
there
was ever
was,
put
that
up
was
with permission, or
recognized,
he
and
just
I
put it up?
I mean,
if he just put a gate up,
Yes, sir. Would you like to speak?
Considered a 911 area now? Is it designated back there? Do y'all recognize us as being a resident back there or?
There are two addresses currently located off of that easement, but those two addresses both are located on County Road 417. So they are both County Road 417 addresses.
So the mailbox that goes back there is considered on the 417?
Correct.
So we're not really
That is not,
recognized.
that is not recognized as a road for the 911 facts at all.
So at a 911, how would you give us, I mean, obviously taxes, and we know that, so how do you say we don't exist and we do?
Emergency response.
I don't know.
They go to, at this point in time, they go
How
to.
do they know, how do they know to get to us?
That's part of the problem, and there are a couple of solutions as far as 911 goes, depending on how this plays out in the district court, how we would address to make sure that 911 can accurately find you, that's depending on how this plays out in district court.
So basically, you're just wanting us to go to district court.
Well, Spencer County Road, what's the number?
There's a mailbox out there, that's a number.
What is it? I mean, what is that?
I'd have to go look.
Is it 417A would be the county road, or B, or whatever?
You tell me.
We don't have it registered, so I don't know. It's not registered.
But they tax us, something has to be registered. No, they don't miss that.
But who's paying taxes on that lane, that access?
You know, part of it's Lucas and part of it's Ryan. So you tell me.
but county roads are that way. How many county roads that I know, the landowner's property goes to the middle of our road?
417 does.
A lot of them
County
do.
Road 303 does.
Yeah.
But I will say, Commissioner, in those regards, those property owners are not paying taxes on that road
No,
itself.
that's not true. That's not true. They have to go to, they have to bring it survey to the county for it to be adopted, not to pay the tax of that.
Right, they have to go to the appraisal district to get it registered.
That's right, they have to bring it in, and that doesn't necessarily mean.
Once it is, it's not taxed.
The same thing happened on the state highway too.
And honestly, one of the first questions I asked when I went through the process in 1888, whatever, was how come that fence line's not on the road, on his property line? Talk about Lucas. And they said, well, none of these fence lines are on their property line. When I recognized that like 417, the fences come to the middle, the property goes to the middle of the road, but the fences don't. And we've had many battles when people try to come out there and build a fence on the road. Hey, you can't do this. You know, you've gone through it.
Yes, and I'm gonna interrupt you there, Shane. If this was just a typical land easement, I bet you in this little square, there's 10 or 15 land easements. But it was not recognized, but this one was, and that's the one that we're disputing today. So why was that particular one drawn on a text dot map if it was a private easement? When you can come right here, I know because I traveled it, this road is laid out and it says back here on the back, bladed earth road. Okay, that's how that label is right here, bladed earth road. They're not gonna put a private easement as a bladed earth road on a text dot map. Because I guarantee there's at least 10 in this area. I took the time to travel this other road that has a number on it. I don't recall what that number is, but it looks identical, same condition and everything.
That's
is the one that we're
445, and we
speaking of
call it
today.
Bruner Lane. I do maintain that road.
Well, you're left with the same, all of this discussion is exactly proving my point. This is a fact issue to be determined by a court. And this is not the appropriate avenue to get a declaration of the facts of the case determining that this is a county road. It is not an official county road adopted on our maps. It has not been. I am not disputing that Mr. Koo did what he said he did. I'm not in any way disputing that. But you've got the statutes that say what you have to do. Have we maintained and spent county funds for 10 of the last 20 years? Section of the third element of what I read about how to have a county road. No, as far as I know, we have not. And if you want all the parties to dispute and present their facts to a fact finder, that requires a district court to do. So, I mean, I think you're opening up a can of worms in this case. If you're gonna allow this to happen this way, you can certainly petition for a county road. There's a petition process that exists.
Well, but I would go back as far as what Mr. Joseph is saying. He owns the land in the back of all of this mess. And this has always been maintained as a county road. It's labeled as a county road.
That's not what we have.
Well, but you have names of it listing, it's in the intersection of 2 county roads, and it shows it to be 2 county roads, that road and this road.
But that doesn't make it
And,
a county road.
and then
adopted on our map.
somebody comes through and they put a gate in front of it.
That
What
happens.
makes that?
I can't tell you how many times people have come to my private office and have disputes about whether an easement or road that might have been partially maintained by the county at some point in the past is an easement, is it a private easement, is it a private road, who's maintained it? And traditionally, the commissioners have said, no, that is a private dispute between you because it's not an official county road. Now, if you want to make an exception in this case, that's certainly up to you. But we don't have the facts, we don't have the adopted county road, it's not officially a county road. We don't have the facts that support the 3 elements of the statute that I read out. We don't have that here today. And that's my point. Now, if the commissioners want to do what they want to do, I'm here to give legal advice as to my legal opinion. And that is what I have done. So, yes.
Before we recognize this gentleman, I wanted to comment. There is a process to create it as a county road, is there not?
Yes, there is.
And that requires a petition, is that
Yes,
correct?
that is correct.
See, there's no evidence in the records that say it's a county road. There's all kinds of, he said, she said, there's a piece of paper that says, I maintained it, but it doesn't meet the elements in the law. So, disagree or not, if there's a method to correct this without going to district court, and that's presented petition to Commissioners Court. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Commissioner, I have to respond in one way. You are a court, you are the county commissioners. Who has the right to declare a road being a county road or not? It's the Commissioners Court.
That's correct.
That is your obligation under your creation. Now, if you decide it is a county road, then it is a county road. If you decide it's not a county road, then it's not a county road. But the point is that the fact that you want to let some other jurisdiction decide what the law has given you the power to do.
That's not what I said.
Is not really on the table. What's really on the table is that you make the decision if this is or is not a county road. And you do have fact-finding opinion, if
Unless,
address something you said. Our group doesn't want to petition for a new county road. We want it to be recognized that it was a county road and it can't be abandoned.
Well, based upon the rules, though, based upon the transportation, it doesn't meet the criteria from what she said. And we're listening to her, she's our attorney.
Yeah, so I think what
But there is a method to do this without going to court.
let Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah, so Mrs. Vickers is talking about a statute that says, hey, you guys have the power to declare something a county road if the following things are met, okay? I don't think that that's exhaustive of the county commissioner's authority to recognize that a county road is a county road. You know, like, historically, that was a county road, and just because remember, the other section of the transportation code, the section that talks about abandonment, does talk about that 20 years that Mrs. Vickers was talking about. It's the same, it's the Texas Transportation Code, okay? It talks about you can abandon a county road if somebody fences it in for 20 years, except if two set circumstances are present. If there's a cemetery, or if it's the only means of getting to a place. We fall into that second exception, okay? So, I think it is firmly within there. I'm not the county's attorney, but I think Mr. Joseph's right. I think the county commissioners as a body certainly has the authority to recognize that thing as a county road. If that's a county road, can't be abandoned by a private citizen just putting a gate across it. I mean, you can certainly punt to the district court. I'm not saying you can't. I've talked to Mrs. Vickers about this, and if you do punt, we will have to go to district court.
Is that gate locked?
Pardon me, sir?
Is that gate locked?
Is the lock
Keep that, I pull a pin.
So it is locked.
So it's locked.
You can get through it.
Yeah, have to pull a pin on a little sharp.
I have a question that's probably been asked and answered before, but it just dawned on me I hadn't asked. On this Lucas property, who owns that? Someone named Lucas?
Jay Lucas.
Jay Lucas.
That's someone we have never heard from, I don't believe. We have never heard from Mr. Lucas in this matter. Is that right? Mr. Riley was here at the last meeting.
His fence basically has him where he thinks he's okay. His property line goes over 15 feet. Survey pins right there.
That's the ABC Ranch, that, ABC, that's the old ABC Ranch. Lucas. Yeah.
he has it fenced out.
Right.
He's, Judge Hurley,
I was just a question. I didn't think we'd heard from you.
Recognized that as a roadway. He did tell Mr. Simmons, if I recall correctly, that, you know, he knew that where his fence wasn't his actual legal boundary with his chain of title. He's actually what started our inquiry as to this whole line of questioning. He told Mr. Simmons, hey, that's not my boundary. I go to the abstract line, which is in the middle of the road. So he's the one that kind of cued us in. This was before we had Keith Howard, the surveyor, go out there and confirm where the abstract line actually is. But he's, you know, he's not, his dad owns a larger ranch just to the east of there. And he hasn't been on the property for that long, but he told me, that, you know, he and his dad had always just considered that a roadway. And even when they went to rebuild fences internally on their ranch, they weren't gonna mess with the location of that fence. I mean, they didn't really feel like they could because it was a roadway, even though their deed line calls for the middle.
All I started to say earlier was that it's a slam dunk if we have both property owners on both sides of the road in concurrence, but apparently we don't. This is a Commissioner's Court decision, so we do need to move on to the action item. I appreciate everybody's comments and on all sides. So Commissioners need to decide how they want to dispose of this action item.
I've been to location, I've seen the maps, I've seen the deeds. I'm in agreement with the AT&T line. I have the photos in my phone that I personally took of it myself. I've been there. I've seen the pins of all of the easement, whether it's right-of-way or a easement. Everything besides a gate crossing it, I would say is today still a county road. But you have somebody that came in and put a gate across it, and for what reasons, he's not here to explain that. I don't know.
Because they have cattle on it, that's why.
Well, okay, so did he just say, well, no one's living in the back, and I'm just gonna, instead of building a new fence, I'm gonna build a 20-foot gate? It's
They need-
cheaper?
They need a fence. Let's resolve this whole thing. It should be there. That fence should be there.
So the thing is I mean, I'm looking at it on the opposite end of all this. The evidence that I've seen, if I was on the jury, I'm gonna say it's a county road and it needs to be, get that either gate unlocked or have it removed. Because seriously, I've been down several roads in that area, and I mean, Mr. Cood was a commissioner for many years, and if he maintained it, he maintained it. I mean, that's just the facts here. You don't just go down a road and start maintaining it because you want to, especially when no one lives down there. What beneficial would it be for him to do that? So, and then to risk everything and put it in letter form, I mean, I don't see where that's gonna be wrong of him making that statement. To me, y'all gonna laugh, but it sounds like whoever that was driving around in the pickup marking roads that day was taking a bite out of a sandwich and didn't see the road, and he kept going. And that happens. There was no cell phones, there was no GPS coordinates, none of that. So if one guy messes up, and look at the mess it has on the table, and I agree with Mr. Joseph. And I'm not taking from Ms. Vickers, but what do we have? We take in roads every day, as long as they meet criteria. Well, I don't see where in any of this mess it was ever declared or taken away that it should be a gate going across it. I seriously think somebody just said, no one lives down there, I'm gonna put a gate across it and save myself a bunch of money because my fence is bad.
Who put up the gate?
Mr. Riley, who won't appear.
Since you haven't heard from enough lawyers. I want to say first that I have heard all that they said. I looked at all the evidence, and I, like Mark, if I were a jury member or the judge, which I've been told I'm not the judge very clearly, so I'm not the judge. I believe it. I believe Mr. Cood maintained that, and that's what it would be. The problem is, and I don't remember when it was, and Brittany may have referred me or Commissioner Riley. The Rileys filed, and I think Jay knows this, filed some sort of rigmarole where they claim they have that as a private easement. And they went out there and they surveyed it. I don't think any of that's legal, but I don't get to make that decision. So my point in that is this. I do believe them. I do believe that's a county road, but as Vickers is stating, I don't know that that's your job to make that decision. If you think it's your job, you can make the decision. All we can do is give you advice.
Yeah, the way to make the decision is to follow one of the procedures
But
to make the decision.
I wanted you to know why, what happened is that at some point, and I don't think it was legal because I've gone, I looked at the documents, but they went out and surveyed that lane and said it's now a private easement, and they began to convey it back and forth to these trusts and different things, and so that's why he's saying it's a private easement. I don't think it is, but again, I'm not a trier of fact. If you go with Mr. Joseph, then you can make that decision. I would disagree with him that you have that authority, but I'm not the commissioner, so y'all are certainly free to vote however you want.
Well, we need to give these folks an answer, one way or the other, so they know what to do. And I think that's what we need to do.
I have a comment, maybe a motion. I agree with Mr. Rowell and Ms. Vickers that most likely it is a county road. However, based upon the evidence that was presented by Ms. Van Kuren, and there's no records of it, and I don't know how many years it hasn't been maintained, Anybody explained that one yet? When was the last time it was maintained?
I can tell you 2010, because I was there. Past that, I can't tell you.
So, in my opinion, it doesn't meet the rules of the transportation code, and I move that we do not designate this a county road. And
Okay, we have
let
a
the-
motion not to designate it as a county road. Do we have a second?
Before you vote, I want to remind the court and Commissioner Riley that he is recusing himself because there may be some family ties way down the road. So I want that on the record that Commissioner Riley is recusing himself on the vote.
We still need a second to the motion if we're gonna move forward. On that motion,
I'll go ahead and make a second based on the fact that the county attorney's advice. Even though I also believe that it probably is a road, but.
I just don't think it's up to us to decide.
are we ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have two, all opposed, one. My vote's immaterial, I'm abstaining, so, if my vote had made a difference, I would consider it. But, I guess that's the decision. There's no point in bringing it back over and over again. So we'll move on. Yes, sir.
Take 3 votes one way or the other?
That's what we were just discussing.
Yeah, discuss it.
I'm sorry, I'm getting emergency.
I do believe that it would require 3 votes because Commissioner Riley rather has to abstain. So it either fails for lack of 3 votes, and I presume then that the other side would fail for lack of a vote as well. But yeah, I think this particular, because Commissioner Riley has recused himself, we need 3 votes.
All right. So you're saying that it fails for a lack of 3 votes?
If there's a non-3 votes, it fails, yes. And we can take any other motion that we want.
So judge would have to be the,
He doesn't have to, if he wants to abstain,
So you can either vote or abstain.
If you abstain, fail.
No, I'm gonna continue to abstain. So if it fails, then, we need to see if there's any other motions we want to entertain.
I'll make a motion, we declare it to be a county road as evidence shows it to be, in spite of a gate and some easement papers that we don't know if, were documented the proper way.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Motion fails for lack of a second, so there's no action on the item.
And also, reminder, this is taking a while, but we have two other items that came out of executive session about accepting resignation.
Thank you, Jim.
Yes, thank you very much.
I move that we accept Rex Newman's resignation effective September 30th, 2022.
Okay, we have a motion to accept Rex Newman's resignation effective September 30th,
Not the 31st.
not the 31st. And we have a second? A second, Commissioner Riley. Discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. We need a motion to,
Regarding JP2.
yes.
I
We don't
move
need a
that we-
motion on that, nor that. Okay, just, I think all we have left is the letter to JP2 recommending that JP2 sign on with Linebarger for collections.
I move that, and also that, should they decide not to, or this is up to you, but as part of the letter
Your motion, I know what
is
you're gonna
to
say.
instruct or ask JP2 to sign up with Linebarger to report the statistics regarding their activities, and if not, to require them to report to the court once a month their activities.
I agree with that. We have a motion
Second.
by Commissioner Knowlton, second by Commissioner Gillespie. And you're authorizing me to write the letter?
Yes, sir, that's
Okay.
the
All right,
motion.
so, any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. We don't need a motion for advertising for those positions. We can do that without it. Didn't we determine that?
Yes.
So that concludes that, and that brings us back to where we stopped before.
Public hearing on the tax.
Yes, ma'am. I actually have it marked here somewhere. There it is. Okay. Agenda item 36B, open public hearing on 2022 tax year proposed tax rate. Do we have any people we wish to speak to? Being none, that we'll move on to, are we gonna, yeah. Do you wish to discuss that, or are we gonna close this public hearing? Okay, we're closing this public hearing, moving to agenda item B, discuss and take appropriate action on any necessary changes to the Atascosa County 2023 proposed budget. I think what we need to do is just approve those changes you detailed for us in the hearing.
Yes.
I move we adopt the changes presented by the auditor.
Motion by Commissioner Knowlton. Second by Commissioner Perez. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. C, discuss and take appropriate action on any necessary changes to the Atascosa County proposed tax rate. I have a question about the order of this. It's under my name, but I didn't write this.
I did.
Yes, I know you did.
But you are the budget
Are
officer.
we kind of getting the cart before the horse with this one before we actually detail the tax rate?
Yes, since we had a public hearing, if the public was here and requested changes, then this would allow you to make changes that were from the public hearing.
So we need a motion to take
No action?
no action on C.
Yes.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie. Second by Commissioner Knowlton. All those in favor indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. D, discuss and take appropriate action on adopting the Atascosa County 2023 budget by record vote. I think we are ready to do that.
Yes, please.
I move that the Atascosa County 2023 budget be adopted with the changes presented.
Have a motion, second by Commissioner Riley. And this is, so all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand, indicate that it is unanimous.
We actually
And
need
we're gonna have to
a,
sign we'll all have to sign the document.
yes, but record vote, would you call each commissioner and have them answer their
Want me to call it
vote?
on the record?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Gillespie?
Approved.
Commissioner Knowlton?
Approved.
I approve.
Approved.
Approve. Commissioner Riley, approved. Okay.
Thank you.
E, discuss and take appropriate action to ratify the property tax increase, raising more revenue reflected in the Atascosa County 2023 budget.
I move that the Atascosa County Commissioners Court ratify a property tax increase reflected in the 2023 budget.
Motion by Commissioner Knowlton.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Gillespie. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by raising your right hand. Motion
It's a
carries.
record vote, you gotta call us.
That one's not,
Is that correct, Tracy?
By a record vote.
ratifying the property tax increase as a record vote, it just doesn't say it is.
In the
Okay.
past, we've always done all of them.
Huh?
Yes,
In the past, we've done all of them.
as a record vote.
Okay, so ratifying the property tax increase, item E, Commissioner Gillespie,
Approved.
Commissioner Knowlton.
Approved.
I approve.
Approved.
Commissioner Perez, approve.
Approved.
Commissioner Riley, approve. F, discuss and take appropriate action by adopting the 2022 tax rate for Atascosa County General by record vote. And that amount is,
I move that the Atascosa County 2022 general property tax rate be set and adopted at .417474.
.4174. I don't have your sheet of paper.
Right here, Judge.
He's gone.
417474, okay? Yeah, I got the wrong numbers, 474. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Knowlton, second by Commissioner Gillespie. So,
It's a record
Commissioner
vote.
Riley? Aye?
Aye.
Yes. Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Aye, am a yes. Commissioner Knowlton, aye. Commissioner Gillespie?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, G, discuss and take appropriate action on adopting the 2022 tax rate for Atascosa County lateral road by record vote.
I move that the Atascosa County 2022 farm to market and lateral road property tax rate be set and adopted at .081226.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Knowlton, second by Commissioner Riley. And the vote is Commissioner Riley?
Aye.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
I am aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Knowlton? Aye. Commissioner Gillespie?
Aye.
Okay. H, discuss and take appropriate action adopting the 2022 tax rate for Atascosa County debt rate by record vote.
I move that the Atascosa County 2022 debt service dash interest and sinking property tax rate be set and adopted at .019188.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Knowlton, second by Commissioner Perez. Commissioner Gillespie?
Aye.
Commissioner Knowlton?
Aye.
I am aye. Commissioner
Aye.
Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Riley is aye. Okay, I, discuss and take appropriate action on adopting the 2022 total tax rate by Atascosa County by record vote.
I move that the 2022 property tax rate be set at the no new revenue tax rate by the adoption of a tax rate of .517888.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Knowlton, second by Commissioner Gillespie. Commissioner Riley?
Aye.
Commissioner
Aye.
Perez? I am aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Knowlton is aye. Commissioner Gillespie?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Aye. Yes, we need an applause, we're done.
Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, sir.
So those three that we did, just for public information, add up to the .517888,
And that is the no new tax rate.
which is we had that here somewhere.
Or no new revenue rate, no new revenue tax rate.
Our current tax rate for 2021 tax year 22 budget was set at, do you have it right there, Loretta? It was .6, yeah, it was .6072331.
Oh, here
And
it
we're
is.
going down to .5.
Yeah, I have your sheet of paper, next page. It's a decrease of .089343 or 14.7132% decrease in tax rate.
However, I would like to make a statement, as Commissioner Knowlton had also said. This does not mean your taxes won't go up, because your value has gone up. So when you see your value has gone up, pay attention to what is moved and watch where you point the finger.
And yes, the value changes are not done by us, they're done by the appraisal district.
Right.
So direct your ire towards it.
And, no, I know that, and Loretta can vouch, because when they come to pay their taxes, they gripe to her, but it's not her fault, but that's who they're paying, so therefore, yeah.
I'll be more specific about it. If your taxes go up on your county tax portion, don't call us, call the appraisal district.
Yes.
I'll be very specific. Since they're so happy to tell anyone that calls them and complains to call the county judge every time they have a complaint about the taxes. So this is just tit for tat. If I'm being snarky, I apologize. Didn't mean to be, it's just factual. All right, that brings us to agenda item 40, budget line item adjustments. Has everyone had a chance to review these line items? Are there any questions on them?
Your Honor, I've taken the time to look over them and read them over the weekend, and I move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Gillespie, second by Commissioner Riley. Discussion, all those in favor indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Then we need to take action to accept and approve any invoices and payroll.
Don't believe we have did she bring a payroll to you? I don't think.
There's no payroll, and I haven't seen any bills.
Because they're in my office.
There was only one, there's only one in the folder.
No, there was two in the folder. I'll go get them. I was more focused on getting the budget up here to you. The commissioners have brought the bills. There's
All right,
no
well, go ahead.
live checks.
While did you want to go get them?
You want me to go get them right now?
We've
No,
all
we-
signed them except for you.
Yeah, they've been signed,
Yeah.
but there's no live checks. It's just what's
Okay,
been
no live
presented.
checks. And what was this? Budget amendments, okay. All right, so we're ready to act on this with no payroll, discuss,
Yep.
review, and take action to accept and approve bills. We've already done budget, just bills.
Make a motion to approve the pay all the bills.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Perez, second by Commissioner Riley. Discussion. All those in favor indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries.
Thank you.
And lastly is discuss, review, and take action on reports submitted. And
All
we have-
reports.
And the reports are here, and
They were sent out on Friday.
we have a motion
For
to
review.
accept the reports.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Norton,
Second.
second by Commissioner Riley. Discussion, all those in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Motion carries. And then finally, 43, comments from Commissioners Court with no action to be taken. Have any comments? Anyone else have anything they wish to make announcements? Then we are adjourned. The next regular meeting is set Monday, October 10th.
New record.
We better get the sheriff out of here for lunch. 'Cause I bet he's hungry.
I heard he was buying it.